welcome back to another stream of my Iurii, also known as Terlord, walkthrough for a game that is called Grim Dawn. This walkthrough is done not on the fresh account, and this walkthrough is done on softcore game mode. Currently I'm on Ultimate Difficulty, second DLC, which is probably the only thing that is left out of the campaign, and then we are going to be going straight towards the Crucible as well as Shattered Realm, and trying to clear them as well. For the most part, the progress in the game is very funny, very fast, as well as very interesting, because I'm playing a character that I'm most interested in. So for the most part, I am going to be having even more fun, because I'm still not done with this build. I'm still not done with the whole walkthrough series. We still have some stuff to do, but hopefully on this week, if everything is going to be good, on this week we are going to finish with clearing everything that I want with this character. So probably, maybe this week is the week when we are going to hit the cap that this character is able to do. And then what is going to be left is just to try and to tackle some of the uber bosses. So do not forget that by watching the stream you are going to accumulate chat points. Do not forget that you can utilize bits, tips, subscriptions, shoutouts, and other stuff for entertainment, for support. Do not be afraid to ask questions. Even though I'm not that really good with explaining certain mechanical stuff about the game, I'm still going to try to do my best to help you figuring something out, much like I did on the previous streams as well. So just to be sure that I covered pretty much everything for this beginning session, not beginning session, but the beginning of this stream, I'm also going to be saying that have fun watching the stream, hearing the commentary, as well as enjoying the gameplay. And without any further ado, we are going to jump straight into action. One thing that I was curious about, and I'm going to also show this to you, or I'd rather say explain to you. I didn't know that when you are going to the, not the blacksmith, but the NPC who is capable of taking out the component out of your gear, you are not only taking away the component, you are also taking away the powder, which is the stuff that is written in green. Trix Veil Ward, for example. So if I would take Spell Scorch Plating out of this item, the augment is also going to go away. And this is why I was wondering why was I lacking some ether resist, and now as you can see I'm currently not having problems with that kind of thing. Two components that I need to change is basically I need to change the component in my boots, and I need to change the component in my pants, and that's it for the components. As for items, I need to still find myself a mythical medal that I need for the build. I need to find one ring, something molten something. In the build template you can see about what ring I'm talking about. And I need to probably find boots. No, actually I think I have boots. But basically I need to find like 2 or 3 items, and we are done with the build completely. Maybe in this DLC,
but whether you may remain here is not a matter of his choosing.
Maybe in this DLC we will be way more luckier, and we will be able to find item that we need. Maybe not. It still depends.
I could hear the battle from here. Ah,
Can't do that.
So last time around we've cooperated with Soul Cult. This time around I want to go and cooperate with Cult of Dreek.
the weeping spines do not much purpose flow. The eyes.
With them I never signed up, so it's going to be interesting.
Where did our seers sing God?
Because with Soliel I already
Well, look what.
with Soliel I already have signed with Bismael. I also, if I remember correctly, I was signing with them as well. And when it comes to Dreek, I never
It's not ready.
tried to.
Serve the.
So it's going to be interesting to see their quests as well. Their quest line. Maybe it's somehow different. It should be different. But
Can't do that yet.
we're gonna grab some quests and we're gonna go and start melting some enemies. Interestingly enough, I'm pretty sure that I'm going to be melting enemies here as well. Although for the most part, the biggest minus of this DLC is going to be the fact that, as you can see, the type of enemies that I am facing against are beasts and something else, like insectoids, beasts, so I'm not having extra firepower against those types of enemies. It's the Ctonians and Ether enemies that Inquisitor is good against. Has extra benefits. But it's not to say that
Can't do that yet.
there won't be such enemies. No, there will be. Later on, there will be. So for the most part, our enemies here, at least at the beginning, are going to be some snakes, bugs, some dinosaurs, and some of the goblins, or grobbles. I used to call them goblins, because they are looking like them. So I was asked the other day on on my latest YouTube video about the fact whether or not this build is like how hard it is to find Iurii pieces for this build. And for the most part, I should say that this walkthrough is done on since this walkthrough is done not on the fresh account. And I already kind of have a lot of those items that you are seeing. Some of them were collected, however, some of them were already present. I wasn't really having that much of a need to emphasize on that particular factor. First of all, I'm going to say that this build is gear dependent. No matter how you look at it, it really is. And what the gear dependency really means is one of the ways for you to figure out whether or not your build that you are going with is going to be gear dependent or not is to look at how many extra skill points will be needed for this build that you will be going with. How many extra skill points will you need, and how many extra skill points will you get from the gear pieces. So with that thing being in mind, this class first of all requires a whole lot of those extra skill points, because you have to level up just way too much stuff. A lot of the extra skill points are coming straight from the gear pieces itself, whether it is they will give +1, +2 to certain like class that you are playing, or +1 or +2 to the certain skills. There is a whole lot of such items that are going to give you that in this build. Pretty much every single item gives those bonuses. But I still should say that like the class is definitely sort of gear reliant. You have to have a good gear to be able to level up all of those skills, and all of those skills you will definitely need. But at the same time, a lot of it depends on luck. Maybe you will be the luckiest person on the Grim Dawn history and you will get those items pretty fast. Or maybe you will not going to be so lucky and you will not going to be able to get them as fast as you would like to. Because remember that there is such a thing where while playing a certain character you might not get the gear that you need for it. Like for example, I'm running pretty much through the whole elite difficulty and there is still not even a single sign of either recipe or the the medal itself, the medal that I want. So it just requires like either luck or a lot of sitting and farming, because a lot of the gear pieces that I'm using are mostly going to be the gear pieces that are world drops, and world drops are, let me say this, they are very hard to get, like hard. Especially if you are not lucky, you are going to be stuck just trying to get this item. And because there is no particular place to get that certain item, it can just get tedious to try and farm it. It is still possible, it is still a possibility, but nevertheless, it will require a lot of patience from you and a good bit of luck. So this acquiring gear for this class can be quite a troublesome thing. But overall, I guess if you are really that devoted to play something interesting, something funny and something unique, I'd say go for it. Go for it regardless. Amazing plus on this character is going to be, of course, the fact that you are capable of pretty much zerging most of the stuff down with proper gear. And another good plus is that if you are not looking for a class, if you're looking for a class that is not that hard to play, but with a huge payback when it comes to what the class is going to be capable of, sure thing. go with it, stick with it until it's done. Because this class is that interesting to play. And who knows, maybe you will just going to easily overcome that little annoyance of just farming the gear. And I also should say, well, in Grim Dawn in general, farming gear is not that... It's not as daunting as in other action RPGs. You do not have to waste like months to get a certain item like people did in Diablo 2. You are not really that dependent, and there is also kind of another plus is that you can pretty much just, if you will be lucky enough and someone will going to sell an item that you badly need for not such a high price. Like, prices for items to buy them from players are not that high. Like, you can get the items from trading with other people. So if you have such option, like, why not? Communicate with other members who already kind of played the game. Maybe they can give you certain something. For those who seek, there is always a way. And for those who do not want to seek, well... that can be a bit difficult. Oh well, anyway. Options are there, it's just you who have to, like, try to use them. So far, so good. So far, this DLC is pretty much just the same when it comes to like how fast enemy die, as it was in the main campaign, as it was in the first DLC. So there's pretty much no difference when it comes to how tanky or how dangerous enemies are. It's pretty much all the same. For some reason it gets kinda laggy a bit when there are a lot of enemies. And it doesn't have to do anything with the system that I'm playing on. Because for the most part it all has to do with the fact that unfortunately the game engine that Grim Dawn is being created on is not really that spectacular. And when there are a lot of stuff happening, even like the top-notch PCs, they cannot handle it. So I'm finally fighting against some Eldritch and Undead enemies, against whom I, of course, as an Inquisitor, have bonus damage. And it helps a lot. Basically, by standing in Inquisitor Seal, I will get like 30% plus against those types of opponents. just placing one Inquisitor Seal plus 30% to overall offense that I'm doing to those poor bastards. Okay. You would think that so far into the game with such a good items, such enemies that are burning with like such good items with so many resistant reductions, such enemies like that have like burning type, I would kill them like super fast. Well, nope. They're still the most resilient and the most annoying. Primarily it has to deal with the fact that I am attacking them with elemental and fire attacks. And fire is, since fire is primary one, of course, burning will going to have like, they are going to be beefier.
I can't do that yet.
But nevertheless, it's not unkillable. So I'm still having pretty decent clear speed when it comes to getting rid of them. Cool thing is that I still am maintaining that overcap or cap resistances on pretty much everything. So I'm pretty tanky, I'm pretty beefy, I'm pretty darn good when it comes to like overall tankiness. Now of course we had instances, and many instances, where that tankiness proved to be useless and I still was dying, but it just happens. Hello to you too. I'm doing pretty great today. I just started the stream and I am seeing that in this DLC, much like in previous DLC, at least at the beginning, there is nothing to worry about. Everything dies at the same speed, with the same speed. From opponents, like how much damage are they doing, it's pretty much the same as it was in previous DLC and pretty much in the main campaign itself, so nothing to worry about, at least for now. By the way, I completely forgot to tell you that off-stream I've changed component in my gloves and component in my helm. Component in my helm was pretty, like, I had to change it. I've actually looked at what it gives, and it gives quite good stuff. So plus 18 to elemental damage, plus 4% health, 20% energy absorbed. Well, energy absorption is not really that vital to me. I already have like good amount, so that I would not have to use my potions. But good thing that it also gives like vitality resistance, but probably the most interesting part about this component is of course prismatic rage. So when my health is going to drop below 50%, and it will, most certainly, so for 8 seconds I will get like 130 damage absorption, plus total damage modifier by 10%, and total percent speed plus 10%. Like, plus 10 to total percent speed. And it's quite a nice boost to offense and defense. And just kind of another layer of defense that I'm definitely going to be using. Good thing that I have AoE, because there I couldn't see anything. Like, yeah. There is this problem that you just can't see. I was just shooting randomly at whomever I can find and snipe. This time around I am with Cult of Drake. Because I was already with the solo and I remember that I was also like on other character I was also playing with Bismael, so yeah, well, it pretty much just doesn't matter overall, because you still currently I'm maxed out on reputation with all of the faction, and the reason why I signed with Drake is to see what kind of quests do they have. It's the only thing that concerned me. I wanted to see some new quests. By the way, later on, by using the same character, I can create, by changing gear and by changing devotions, I would be able to also test different other builds that I'm interested in. Primarily, one thing that I want to test is going to be something very like special and unique. Yes, well, not that special, not that unique, but I have this mythical Hellborn two-handed ranged weapon. It looks insane for pretty much that fire elemental damage that I am playing with right now, but it's like a two-handed version of it. So I would be interested to do a test with my two pistols, and then later on do a test with this weapon, with two-handed one. Who knows? Maybe this weapon is even better, like performance-wise. Maybe I will get like more than I am having with current setup. Maybe not. I do not know. We'll see. I do not think that the gear overall will going to be different. I know the devotion for sure is going to be a little bit different, because I would have to grab myself Kraken. This one right here, the one that gives like damage, attack speed, casting speed, health, can attack speed, overall damage, movement speed, and all that stuff. So usually if you're running with two-handed weapon, you are getting yourself Kraken, just because of how much it gives to you for that particular weapon type that you would be using.
That skill's not ready.
The only thing that I still wonder, do some builds ever use two-handed crossbow? Because I was collecting like different crossbows, but I never saw a build that utilizes a crossbow. And there are plenty of crossbows. For the most part, I do not even need to stand in the seal. Only to boost offense. Only for that thing.
I can't do that yet.
I'm still throwing it from time to time to not play the game where I just stand and shoot.
That skill's not ready.
Not using any kind of buttons rather than my left mouse button. Considering how fast the casting speed on the abilities is for this build, it would be kind of a waste not to use them. It would be, but sometimes I'm not using it. Sometimes I'm still being way too lazy and just simply not utilizing any kind of skills. But I guess as a preparation for the things to come, like those high-level dungeons, endgame stuff, I should be concentrating on using those things. This build is super fun to play. I should say, like, I've played this game for like, oh, let's say, it's currently part number, I believe either it's going to be part number 13 of this playthrough or part number 14. So for the most part I already can start to develop my thoughts about how I am looking at this build, how this build feels overall, because I do not think that I won't be able to beat the main campaign on this difficulty. This is pretty much like unbelievable. Not gonna change my opinion on the fact that this class is absolutely not hardcore viable. You can tell me like whatever you want, but this class for most percent players is not hardcore viable. I will not believe otherwise, considering how fast can you blown up, considering how scary it is at the beginning, when you can die really fast, when you do not have access to a lot of your skills. So no, when it comes to hardcore viability, this class, stay away from it. When it comes to softcore, do play it. It's really funny, it's pretty interesting to see what this character is capable of, how fast can he clear stuff. This character is going to most definitely break your... I forgot how this, like, break your vision of ranged character as a whole, because you will be not staying as far as you can from enemies, but you'll be standing close to them to do more damage. Basically playing... having to do the melee character role only with ranged weapons. Gear dependency, yes, it is present. At the beginning I was thinking a little bit otherwise. Now I'm going to say that it is gear dependent, because without it you're not going to see the same level of performance,
That skill's not
definitely you will not going to have access to a lot of the skills, extra points for skills. Does this mean that the class is bad? No. Because this class is one of the most... I should say... I'm gonna be blunt, as blunt as I can, but... For the most part, this character is as basic as you can get. There is not a single complex mechanic in this character. Minimum amount of buttons that need to be pressed. With proper gear, even kiting is not really an option. Like, it is present, but it's not a must. So pretty dumb character when it comes to like how much effort do you need in order to control him. Like,
That skill's not ready.
pretty simple to use, pretty fun to use, but very and very profitable. However, not the most tankiest,
I can't do that yet.
not the most like gear independent, so has pluses and minuses, most definitely. I'm still having fun playing this character because no matter how you view it, it's something unique for action RPG to run around with two pistols and to do your stuff. Okay, while we are here, let's also sell stuff. I desperately need to find myself metal. I need to find that metal. Because the one that I'm currently using is not for this build, although it gives like good stats and bonuses for those types of damage that I have to be using, but at the same time it's not the stuff that I would want to get. Also, those Ugdenbach flowers. And do you need them a lot for crafting the components? You'd be losing like 8 and more flowers per component to craft, so you'd have to farm them. And this is why one of the currencies for which people going to sell you some items is actually some of those like Chtonian seals as well as flowers, so farm them if you can. The best place and the best way to farm them is, of course, to go into the swamp on the ultimate difficulty and just do a couple runs through the swamp and you'll get like a whole ton of them.
Can't do that yet.
Now I do not know where those quests, Iurii quests, are going to get me, because I never sign with them, so I do not know. That it's going to be hard to miss. doing those quests.
I can't do that yet.
So I was speaking about AoE damage, and I was speaking about why it is so good that this character has it in the way it is. First of all, clearing a lot of those enemies at the same time is much better than to just like clear them one by one or in short
That
AoE
skill's
range.
not ready.
Another thing is, of course, the fact that you are capable of lifestealing twice as more as you would normally do if you didn't have AoE to begin with. Because the more you hit enemies, no matter whether you hit them with the main shot or the spread shot, it still counts towards the overall amount of healing that you will get. So it definitely, everything adds up. I like to view this like whole picture all together rather than view its parts.
I can't do that yet.
By the way, this DLC is way shorter than the first one, and you're going to see why. Now, I'm not doing a rundown through the DLCs, through the content, like just from point A to point B. I'm trying to clear all of the stuff. Granted, with future characters, I will not going to follow the same pattern. I will not gonna be clearing like everything. I would focus pretty much on just getting to the desired points as fast as I can, while also not missing some of the important quests that gives that would give me stat points, skill points, and devotion points. Level-wise, with potions and stuff, pretty much you'll hit.
I can't do that yet.
You will hit level 100 with potions, XP potions, pretty much at the beginning of ultimate difficulty, so that's a good thing. Most definitely a good thing. So then you would not have to worry about like killing a lot of enemies to level up in the future. Yeah, most certainly. Like Inquisitor as a class, he just specializes with killing the Ethereals as well as Ethereals, Chthonians, and Eldritch type of enemies. I will not going to deny that, and I was elaborating on that thing when it comes to when I was explaining what seal Inquisitor seal gives. Though it's not only about Inquisitor seal, it's not the only like source of offense against those certain types.
That skill's not ready.
But probably and most definitely the second class I'm going to, like, second character that I'm going to go with is going to be Mage. I never played Mage.
Can't do that yet.
With Mage, it's up to a point where I don't even... For the most part, I don't even know his skills. Like, outside of the Death Ray, I have zero idea what's Mystic class is all about. I know that he is, like, powerful, super powerful even, but I never played this class, so I don't know. I don't know what to expect. I never looked at the builds.
That skill's not
Which then again, about the builds, I'm not creating builds. For the most part, what I will be doing when I will be playing is just open the internet, find the builds, pick it up, and see how it does. Oh, Arcanist. Hell, I don't even know the name of the class. Well, for simplicity, I'm gonna call him like a mage. Well, I know that he's super powerful. Probably one of the most... Damage-wise, one of the most ridiculous ones.
That skill's not ready.
Defense-wise, I suppose not really. Because, okay, I will buy it that a lot of my survivability comes also to the fact that I have a lot of lifesteal. But I haven't really found such thing like spell womp in this game. The thing that's will going to heal you
Not ready.
from like damage that comes from spells. I haven't really found it, and one of the most annoying things that I found when I was playing Purifier with throwing those flame cocktails was actually the fact that there is no lifesteal. And I died on hardcore because, yeah, I was clearing stuff pretty good. But at the same time, because I didn't have lifesteal, I simply died when I was trying to retrieve the cannons from the homestead location. Let me show it from here. Yeah, when you go to retrieve the cannons. So. Yeah. Like, I guess that there probably
That skill's not ready.
is another way for them to survive, such as maybe a huge health region, since they are not life-stealing, but... At that time, I didn't really have that much experience with the game,
That
if you know
skill's
what
not
I mean. But yeah, great thing that I'm having so much fun playing this character.
I can't do that yet.
Though I really want to test him out in the endgame dungeons. I want to test him where such gear that I'm having right now is going to be like relevant for the challenge. My weapon pool skills crowd control was pretty much enough to not even allow this arcane to do anything. Still I'm wondering about what will they going to bring in the newest patch that they are working on. I want to see those new locations, though I'm not expecting
That
like
skill's not ready.
to see a whole lot, because it's pretty much just 2 extra locations. But at least something is better than nothing. And no, there will be no, like, skeleton key dungeon in there. It's just going to be 2 new locations, a whole bunch of new items, as well as a new faction for the... not the new faction, but new type of monster totems.
I can't do that yet.
Wait, isn't... This is not the place where... Wait... Guess I haven't reached it yet, yeah. There's basically another place where we need to go to find an item to... One of the 3 items that we need for the... skeleton key tomb for the skeleton dungeon, which is Tomb of Heretic, which I'm not going to clear until I am going to finish the campaign, because until you finish the campaign you will not get the quest to go and to kill the Morganette. I already failed doing that when I was playing on normal difficulty, so I don't want to repeat same mistakes. I really don't. It's same as clearing stuff like Port Valbury, as well as well, Steps of Torment you can clear, but Port Valbury as well as Bastion of Chaos before you get the quest to go there, because then you would have to do this again. So this is why generally I kind of advise to skip the skeleton key dungeons up until you get to the certain like quest line that is going to send you in all of those dungeons like one by one.
I can't do that yet.
I'm talking about quests that you get from the ethereal woman in the... I believe I can show this to you. In the fourth icon. So up until you reach that point, up until she starts to give you those quests, it's okay not to go into those dungeons. Because you will go to them eventually if you are interested in completing quests, that is. If you're the kind of person who doesn't give a damn about quests, which you shouldn't really do, considering the fact that it can get you items as well as reputation points that are needed, then you cannot, then you do not have to like do them. But if you are interested in items that they will going to be able to sell you and all the kind of stuff, then do all of those quests. It will not gonna take like a whole lot of time, so do not be discouraged.
That skill's not ready.
So for the most part, we are currently fighting pretty much as the some kind of enemies like leeches, larvas, maggots, bugs, and other kind of insectoids, against whom we do not really get any kind of bonus damage towards. And by the way, this is already the second place that you need to visit in order to get the things that you need for unlocking Tomb of Heretic. If you ever going to find a need to figure where those places are, Wiki is there for you. But I'm pretty sure that like once you will going to do it, like once you will already going to, if your memory is good enough, you will going to know exactly where to look for them on like second, third, whatever playthrough you're going to do. And you can either do this like when you're going to get the quest to search for the entrance to the Tomb of Heretic, or before it. I'm doing it before it because I already know like what to do, where to go, and how to do it.
Do do that yet.
Oh, and by the way, speaking of lifesteal and speaking about survivability as a whole, at least not in the places where you get blown up like super fast, but pretty much just by standing because of my aura, or if I even going to drop my Inquisitor seal and stand in there, I will also going to be able to kill enemies as well as heal. And it's because I have those like burning auras that are enough to melt targets as well as reduce their resistances as well as, of course, heal me. I always like some form of lifesteal on a character that's attacks, shoots, doesn't really matter, because it just allows you to survive in case you are being attacked with like damage over time stuff, or just being surrounded and being constantly attacked. Because in the same original Diablo 3, back when it didn't became back when it didn't yet became like super easy to play.
Can't do that yet.
So for the same like Barbarian, it was also kind of important to have some form of lifesteal, especially if you go for some whirlwind builds.
I can't do that yet.
Then of course you're going to need that. That plus movement speed plus some attack speed is super good, so that you would be able to survive.
I can't do that yet.
So I pretty much view lifesteal as something really important. So those are things I was talking about. So here's the second seal, and here's the first seal. And here is some strange but insane for pets rifle for Necromancer. Necromancer with rifle. Sounds pretty interesting.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
So I'm gonna keep it. This game seriously not gonna drop like the last couple of items that I need for this build. It's so strange, and at the same time I just... Like, I get it that those are world drops, but... Give me... I'm pretty sure that I'm collecting some super powerful gear for others. But... What about me? What about my build? Come on, give me.
I can't do that yet.
Serve the
Give me items.
Serve the three and prosper.
Oh, I have to speak with them. I completely missed that. Oh, no wonder why I missed that. Because they blend in together. And I couldn't see the exclamation mark.
Serve the...
That skill's not ready.
Okay, so we continue onwards. I TP'd to the wrong place, didn't I? I think I did. Yep. By the way, for some reason, I don't know why, but even though it's a desert location, which I have personal grudge against two types of locations in games in general. Desert and sewers. It's probably my most hated locations in game history, especially like Diablo 2 Act 2. Oh boy. Needless to say, it's probably from that time I got tired of deserts. And then they also, for some reason, decided to bring back desert in Diablo 3, which was, again, desert and sewers. Like, holy hell. It's two things in one. But at least in this game, it's not that, like, long. And it's not that tedious to go through the desert.
I can't do that yet.
Plus, it has some unique kind of stuff in it. Or maybe it's because I just haven't played like long enough to get tired of it in this game.
That skill's not ready.
Also, another fun factor about like the current situation with this build is that even those like enemies who are throwing poison and acid at me, it's not enough for them to be able to kill them despite the fact that I'm standing in those zones like pools and stuff. It's really not enough. Alright. Back on the track.
That skill's not ready.
Why it is like 5th monster totem that is for this like particular faction. It's not for any others. I don't remember in first DLC you also only get monster totems just for the ethereals. Like, is this like works like that? Because currently I cannot find a monster totem that is not Malmut, not Forgotten Gods related.
that yet.
This place for Inquisitor is really just a breed to go through.
I can't do that yet. Can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Now, if I remember correctly, in dungeon that we are about to go to, there is going to be a boss that actually, last time I played it on normal, he killed me there, like pretty much with one-shots. I wonder, will the situation be different this time? It has to be different.
I can't do that yet.
Nope. I get medals, but not for me. Come on!
That skill's not ready.
You gotta be kidding me. Give me the medal that I want and I can change it. Like, I know I will be farming Crucible as well as Shattered Realm, but... Game, come on. I know that I'm trying to get an item for the class that I'm currently playing on, and I have a very bad luck when it comes to getting items for the character that I am playing, while playing on that same character. Have mercy, mercy on my soul. But I guess the game will not.
I can't do that yet.
Once we are going to be done with Oasis as well as the desert area and gonna get closer to where we need to be when it comes to like main location, it's going to be super fast, like from that point on. Where did I miss one enemy? Oh, there is a pack of them.
That skill's not
I was
ready.
thinking I missed like one enemy and I would have to go and search for him. Luckily enough, they were generous enough to put extra enemies.
That skill's not ready.
I still feel like my movement speed is super slow. It feels like I'm moving way too slow.
That skill's not ready.
Dum-pa-dum-pa-dum.
That skill's not ready.
Reaching the dungeon where I have to save one of that, like, quest NPCs. And this is probably also that dungeon that I was insta-killed in on normal difficulty. By the boss that is in the end of the dungeon itself. Yeah, I'm pretty positive that this is exactly the same place.
I can't do that yet.
Hey!
Doesn't matter what side will we go first, because I want to clear everything.
I can't do that yet.
And I do not need to go there. Nice.
That skill's not ready.
Everything dies super fast. And I'm liking it. Liking the performance. Although, as I say, like, that's with me having very good gear. Almost best in slots on every, like, gear piece. But that's the benefit of not playing on the fresh accounts. Utilizing the stuff that my brother already managed to collect, as well as something that I collected while running around, clearing stuff, as well as crafted some parts.
Can't do that yet. Can't do that yet.
And before we continue on from here, I'm going to chug another Ocean of Clarity, as well as I'm going to run something like 120-second advertisement. Okay.
I can't do that yet.
Now I know that for some people the advertisement may not show, and it's okay. I guess I haven't figured out like what's the solution to that, but nevertheless. I always like how sometimes for some pretty obvious stuff you will never going to find like answer to it. Like it's not going to be present anywhere. You have to take a gamble and try to fix the issue yourself.
Can't do that yet.
So I'm going to be running like 1 ad per hour for now. Not to be like super annoying with those ads. They will at least going to bring some kind of income, some kind of revenue.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, those statues are pretty much just nothing. But that is if I'm going to throw at least some kind of resistance reduction on them. Because it's not always like that. If you're going to shoot them without any kind of resistance reduction, they will going to tank way more. Okay, we reached the boss area. Let me open a portal here. I don't wanna run all the way here like I did previous time. He has like 2 phases, and it's on the second phase where he insta-killed me. And not now. Now he couldn't do it.
My inventory is full.
Okay, gonna go and sell
My
stuff.
inventory is full.
Sell stuff, give back the quests, and move on.
See anything you like?
The reason why I'm selling all of those green items without pretty much like looking at them, I'm probably making a huge mistake. But that's because I don't really know what kind of stuff will I'm going to need for various different builds, so because of that I just do not want to like swim with way too many items in my stash.
Keep your
There's like a whole lot of them already, so don't want them to grow like more and more. Like, I know it's good to have something to choose from, but come on, sometimes it's just way too much.
Hello?
I can't do that yet.
The threat is Scorvax's wound. Indeed.
And no more quests to give back. Yep. No more. This quest is for Shattered Realm, I'm not going there yet. I will conquer the Shattered Realm when the time is going to come. Okay, and let me check one more thing. Yeah, everything is good.
That skill's not ready.
Everything is good. It feels so good to get rid of those enemies here, because they die super fast and AoE is working spectacular. Like it's so good when it comes to AoEing. Because it feels like they never stood a chance. And while playing an action RPG, it's always like satisfying to see that, oh man, I'm like clearing those enemies like super fast. It brings joy. Where did you go? Come on, don't run. Fight a Scarab Elite here in the end of this room.
That skill's not ready.
Super important thing to also know about weapon pool skills is that they also have some form of crowd control. Either it's freezing, knockdown, shock, or something like that.
That skill's not ready.
It's always really good to have it, to have some way to CC your enemies. Now, of course, for that purpose, I also have stuff like flashbang, explosion on my Alduin Rat. I know that I have it, but I also have it on my auto attacks as well. And it's really good, and it doesn't feel out of place. Oh, I also completely forgot this. I also need to find a recipe for creating Rune of Displacement for my medal. Like, absolutely. For the teleportation thing.
That skill's not ready.
Because if I'm going to find myself in a sticky situation where I have to, like, run away or stuff, Displacement Rune is going to allow me to TP to the destination point that I'm going to mark with the cursor.
I can't do that yet.
It's going to be super helpful, especially against those annoying arcane enemies who I might like not see that there were an arcane enemy. To begin with, he's going to dispel my buffs and to at least somehow have a way to run away, reposition myself, and recast those buffs. Rune of Displacement is going to help me. Last thing you want is to stay between enemies and lose your buffs and die because of it.
That skill's not ready.
Gonna go into the secret location, gonna see what I can find here. Outside of enemies. I would appreciate if there was a way for me to cast Inquisitor Seal always just beneath my feet.
That skill's not ready.
Because you have to point cursor specifically the place where you want to place it. And for the most part, you want to place it beneath you in like 90% of the chances you are.
I can't do that yet.
Actually, I want to check. Nope. I was thinking like maybe. How about this? No, not this. No. How about this? No. No. I was thinking if you press like either. If you hold Alt key, then you will be able to place it beneath you, or if you hold Shift key, you will also be able to do this. Nope. Completely incorrect way of thinking.
Can't do that yet.
So pretty much after Oasis we will not going to see those, if I'm not mistaken. We are not going to see those beasts like outside snakes, maybe snakes, though probably not. And it's going to be good because then we are going to rock and roll with our bonuses to Eldritch type of enemies. And I absolutely like the fact that Flashbang works super good. Link for a build, of course it is present. You can type a command !build. It will going to provide you a link to the build in Grim Tools. It's going to show you a build template that I'm currently using to go using when leveling up.
Can't do that yet.
No problem. Okay, so this is the place where I need to go. But I want to clear everything that is around this place. Oh wait, but I don't have to. Oh, come on. I thought I'd have to use this dungeon to get to a new area, but I guess I haven't still got to the place where I need.
Not ready.
Yeah, those Eldritch enemies, they just can't stand it. Can't stand the amount of incoming attacks.
Can't do that yet.
Even those of them who are those of enemies who have some kind of flame enchantments on them, and supposedly they have like more resistances against that particular type of elemental attack damage that I'm doing, even they cannot withstand it. Nice. But then again, the best testing ground on ultimate is going to be like
Can't do that.
the Tomb of Heretic. And then later on, Shattered Realm and Crucible Gladiator.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Ouch.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
I'm still looking for those hidden chests and just trying to open pretty much all the
Can't do
chests
that.
because there is a chance of acquiring some very good items. It's not super high, but it's better than nothing.
I can't do that yet.
Okay, let's also look at our Nemesis graph. So, still with Tarkovian Undead, not Nemesis. With Ethereal Vanguard, not Nemesis. Only Nemesis with Beast Chthonians, regular Ethereals. And that's all. So, with Eldritch Horrors, still long way to go. Order of Death Ritual, same. So I guess, like most of the Nemesis, we are going to find and fight in other places, but not in the campaign. That is, if they are going to spawn there.
That skill's not ready.
The biggest difference between those types of characters is going to be the damage type that they are going to be using. Commando is mostly about pierce type of damage, and Purifier is mostly fire and elemental. And another big difference is the fact that on a Commando you do not have Inquisitor Seal, which is this thing. It adds, let me show it to you, it gives mostly resistances plus damage to certain enemy types, as well as some damage absorption. So for the most part, like, the huge difference is the fact that one uses one type of damage, which is going to be pierce, and another one is going to be using fire as well as elemental. Of course, devotions are going to be different, as well as the gear itself. Primarily, you will be searching for pierce damage and pierce physical, I guess, something like that. But outside of that, gameplay-wise, they will be kinda similar.
That skill's not ready.
Hold on, but isn't Commando... Wait. Commando is not Tactician, right? Tactician is the Soldier Inquisitor. Yeah, so Tactician... Wait, so with dual pistol build you are capable of going with either Inquisitor and Soldier and Purifier. That's going to be Tactician, right? And oh. But then he will be able to utilize dual pistols only with some kind of an item that allows him to carry dual wield items. I was thinking he's going with something like Tactician, because for the most part, two builds with dual pistols are Tactician and Inquisitor. Tactician and Purifier. So... Actually, I never kinda saw a build with like soldier, demolitionist with dual
That
pistols.
skill's not ready.
Yeah, there is also kind of a problem with if you go like soldier, demolitionist, is the fact that a fire strike and soldiers. Rhythm skill that he uses for not for but instead of auto attacks, they are not like working together. It has to be like one or the other.
That skill's not ready.
With dual pistols, sticking with something like Purifier or Tactician is going to be pretty much the go-to way of playing. For the same Purifier, you are utilizing the Fire Strike, which is right here, and he also has, like, from Inquisitor, all of those, like, weapon pool skills can be used at the same time you are using that Fire Strike. But if you combine, like, Soldier and the Demolitionist, you won't be able to have the same synergy that you have with utilizing, like, the Fire Strike, for example. And I want to look so that I would name the skills like properly. Okay, so for Soldier. With Soldier, you won't be able to utilize yes, you won't be able to utilize Cadence with Demolitionist Fire Strike. It's either you go with one or the other. And this is probably the biggest problem of combining those classes and playing with trying to play them with dual wield pistols.
That skill's not ready.
Plus, you would also have to utilize an item to that will allow you to carry those two weapons to begin with.
That skill's not ready.
Versus when we are looking at Inquisitor, he already like combining something like Demolitionist or a Soldier with Inquisitor. He has range expertise straight away, and this ability will allow you to carry two pistols like pretty much from the start without having to equip an item to be able to do the same thing.
do that yet.
Yeah, you're going to also see the difference like straight away with how it's going to work for you. Both Tactician and Purifier are very interesting.
That's good.
And it's really and mostly going to be... It will depend on your personal preferences, whether or not you want to go Elemental or you want to go Pierce.
Can't carry anymore. My inventory can't carry anymore.
No, seriously, in this DLC, the only type of monster totem that I get are only the
See anything you like?
DLC related enemies. 7 monster totems, and 7 monster totems only spawned stuff that is related to this DLC. When in main campaign you get like all kinds of totems.
Iron well spent. I'll keep your stash safe. I'll hold on to that for you.
That skill's not ready.
It pains me. The fool was you must hurry.
I can't do that yet.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that I probably, until I will going to complete this second DLC, I will not going to get the medal that I need for this build. It's just a wild guess, but I really think so. At least recipe. Like, come on. But then again, for the most part, let it be either one of the two things. Either this game is going to give me a ring that I need for the build, or the medal. At least like one of those two.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
It's also kind of dangerous to just come up close to an elite like that. Like, standing face to face to an elite is one thing, but you have to do it when you are ready. When you place all of your seals, mines, throw a grenade to minimize chances of that foe attacking you in the first place.
I can't do that yet.
Okay,
That skill's not ready.
we are basically reaching the final stretch, I should say, of this DLC. It's going to be like 5 or 6 more locations.
That skill's not ready. Can't do that yet.
And when we are talking about resistances again, I should mention
Can't do that yet.
that the whole thing about this ultimate difficulty is to try and maintain resistance pretty high, at least like 80 and above on everything, rather everything but stun. So even I for a stun, like, I'm having 53, but that's more than enough. If you're not trying to
Can't do that yet.
tackle some crazy bosses, it is more than enough. And for resistances, having to keep everything 80% or above is pretty much a norm for this kind of difficulty. Because you are getting hit with pretty much every type of damage that there is in this game. And for the previous difficulty, you could neglect some of those resistances and still
I can't do that yet.
be okay. But here, it's just safe, much more safer to maintain resistances pretty high.
The preparation.
Okay, now this place I was never here before.
Skill's not ready.
No, I mean, I've saw such locations before, especially like before the final boss of this DLC. You're going to pass the same looking locations. And even a little bit in Tomb of Heretic.
That skill's not ready.
By the way, judging by the look of the newest how should I say it, monster totem, the color of it, it does feel like we are going to be getting enemies that are going to be similar to the stuff that we meet when we are going to go into the Tomb of Heretic. So it's going to be mages, some form of blue enemies, and something like that. Hopefully those monster totems are going to be present in this DLC itself. I mean, they should be. Because when you are leveling up, when you are passing through the main game, you are of course meeting with pretty much all of the types of those monster totems. But in DLC, well, not so much. In DLC, for the most part, you are just fighting against the same foes.
That skill's not ready.
Okay. I didn't need to open the portal, but whatever. Quest complete.
The camp, the primordial foe
And I get an
of collective
achievement.
existence stirs within the tomb
A
of
select
the
future.
sun. See to it that he's
Achievement.
Yes, travel.
Achievement that I never had before.
Can't do that yet.
I hear you've done.
That skill's not ready.
Is there something here? No, it doesn't seem like it. Just an empty space. wanted to go and check this place first.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
No, I didn't manage to see the pillar that was blocking my pad there, or simply wasn't paying too much attention to it.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Something for physical. Something probably for Blade Master or some stuff. Maybe not. Sort of ring was that. Physical pierce. Yeah, it's for the Blade Master. Either for Blade Master or for Pierce Infiltrator. Dual blades. But it's probably not that good because it's not a mythical version of that item.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet.
Radiant Gem. Let's go and craft that Radiant Gem. If we need it, we will craft it. Radiant Gem.
What brings you to my forge?
Molten skin, dense fur, shell.
Bring me back any blueprints you find.
It's something that starts from the Elite and Ultimate difficulty. You're going to need, for certain shrines, you would need to craft those materials. And for the most part, you are opening them like using those shrines not to get the skill point or something like that, but it's rather about getting items. Because by that time you already have pretty much all of those skill points that they can, not the skill points, but devotion points that they can give you. Or you could also say it's more about completionist. Trying to collect everything that you can. I absolutely like the area of effects that I have. Don't have to worry about dealing with small enemies later on and just getting rid of them while targeting something more important. It's like this, every single shot is like a multi-shot. A lot of it comes from the brimstone, of course. It's a shotgun spread effect from that each of your bullets are having. Each of your bullets are going to have some form of a... like when they hit an enemy, this spread effect occurs, like as you see, like those small bullets that fly in a circle. Another weapon pull skills are just like most of the chop is done with just the fire strike itself, as well as with explosive strike, brimstone, and burning round. All of the others are just supplementals. Supplementals and good for crowd control. Okay, done with this place, and we move on. Oh, I'm super positive that with this clear speed we will going to... I don't know about Tomb of Heretic, but I'm pretty positive that the main campaign will go into... the DLC itself we will going to finish on today's stream. Okay, I took out that big demon though. Those things are still... I cannot press them, I cannot do anything with them. Oh, corpse. Corpse? I missed. It's not highlighted. Come on. Now I have to go all the way back there.
That skill's not ready.
And it's not the first time that I miss such things.
I can't do that yet.
Okay, now where's that corpse? Oh, there it is. Well, thanks for the reminder. This way I could finally do this quest.
That skill's not ready.
Poor enemies. The thing is, still I need to raise my defense and offense ability, and for those things, I need to find those missing items. I just need to find them. Maybe I'm not needing them now, because the campaign is not really... It's not really suited to test the kind of the fact that do you have the gear that's do you have the proper gear or not? Well, except for the skeleton key dungeons. And except not all of them, but rather some specific bosses. But for the most part, late game gear should be tested in the late game dungeons.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Lightning and bleeding. Maybe for something like Shaman. It could work for something like Shaman. Okay.
Put it to good use.
Got something you need stashed?
A lot of quest items are taking some place in my inventory, but that's for now. And later on, we're going to get rid of them, of course.
I'll keep an eye on this.
I need to notify the Conclave. It's another quest.
With Draelus as one of our honored...
Although, whom do I need to notify?
That skill's not ready.
I remember that somewhere around here there was an NPC whom I need to speak with and send him towards that maw. But I can't find him. Where is he? Oh, there he is.
Greetings!
Nice.
That skill's not ready.
And the quest is finished. Amazing.
That skill's not ready.
And our inventory is still full of stuff, full of quest items. Though 3 of those items are gonna go away when we are going to reach the Tomb of Heretic. That was a beefy elite. Quite beefy.
I can't do that yet.
Okay, I get it. Those big guys are tough to deal without cutting their resistances. Finally, I'm going to have to press more than 1 or 2 buttons.
I can't do that yet.
Judging by the usual placement of the seals on the ground, you can clearly see how awful I'm managing to place them. I'm trying to place them beneath my foot, and instead I'm placing them every time further away from me. Definitely is a bad thing to do.
I can't do that yet.
Because we have to stand in the seal. And not in one, but in many.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, I'm gonna launch another ad. Just a second. There you go. It's going to be a fast one, so no worry.
I can't do that yet.
Okay, to the right or
That
to the
skill's not ready.
or up there? That's the question. Guess it's okay to go to the right first. Yeah. Was a good call to go to the right first. Because it was a dead
I
end.
can't do that yet.
A dead end. Cannot go here, but can go here. And we are almost at the destination point where we have to be. As fast as enemies can chunk my health.
That skill's not ready.
It's still not that bad. Because I can heal it.
That skill's not ready.
No elites. Absolutely not even a single one. Not even a single elite from that monster totem. Though not even a single legendary out of it. I guess it was tier 1.
That skill's not ready.
Because it didn't spawn anyone other than regular enemies. Some legendaries here and there to keep me company. Because I was saying about Monster Totem didn't give me legendary. But some regular enemies they did. Oh, Belgothian armor. Ooh. Armor for Blade Master as well as Pierce Infiltrator. Probably one of the most, like, interesting classes. Interesting, unique. Quite exciting to play with.
That skill's not ready.
Because you can grab yourself a pair of slicers and become an assassin.
Can't do that yet.
Okay.
That skill's not.
By the way, a quick question into the chat would be: what makes you love this game? What makes you enjoy this game over other action RPG games? It can be anything from story to certain classes to mechanics to bosses to whatever you feel like it. If you are enjoying it, you can express like why are you enjoying it like over the other games in the same genre.
That skill's not ready.
Because this game has a lot of stuff that can be appreciated, especially for die-hard action RPG games fans out there.
I can't do that yet.
Interestingly enough, like action RPG games in general are not something. Well, plenty of action RPG games are being released like quite often, but at the same time, we are still in search for something, always in search for something that is going to catch our interest.
I can't do that yet.
Campaign playthrough, story, variety. Pretty interesting choices.
Can't do that yet.
I'm personally enjoying like
Can't do
a
that.
little bit of both.
That skill's not ready.
And I just genuinely like the fact that in our day and age, people are still making quite good games.
That skill's not ready.
And it doesn't have to be a game from a huge like brand such as like Blizzard or
I can't do that.
grinding gear games. It doesn't have to be like super popular to be good and to catch interest. And that's what I'm also kind of liking about searching for some games, maybe some obscure games or something something that you can call like a hidden gem.
Can't do that.
Yeah, also easy to respec stuff as one of the deciding factors. Yeah, the possibility for respec is present in different action RPG games. If we take a look at the Diablo 3, you can respec there. Path of Exile you can respec, although your respec options, at least when I was playing, they were limited. So you still had to know what you're doing and not to spend spend your respec points blindly. Because in Path of Exile your respec points are kinda limited. And you're not going to have access to all of them until you get to a certain level. In this game you pretty much can respec as much time as you want. Which is good if you are going for something experimentational. And you do not know exactly whether or not will it work. You can respec devotion, stat points, skill points, however you cannot respec classes that you picked.
That skill's not ready.
But it's still good that the possibility is there. Probably taking the wrong path. I should go and check that tomb.
That skill's not ready.
Although, wait a second. This is the Tomb of Heretic, the path that leads to Tomb of Heretic, right? Well, I'm gonna clear it, but I'm not gonna enter the Tomb of Heretic itself. Up until I will not go into...
Can't do
No, it's not the Tomb of Heretic, okay. I misjudged it. But regardless, I will not gonna clear Tomb of Heretic until I get the quest to do so. Because I'll be forced to do this again if I do it without a quest. Inventory gets full like super fast. That's despite like having so many inventory slots. Well, the thing is, the higher you get, like difficulty-wise, the more stuff is going to drop. Plus, with the addition of the monster totems, even more items are going to drop from them.
Iron well spent.
Got something you need stashed?
Okay, inventory is empty again. Moving on. Bunch of legendaries again. Though just visually I'm starting to remember that some of the legendaries I already had before, had collected before. Like how they are looking so huge, but at the same time, in reality, when they descend, they are like 2 to 3 times smaller of their initial size when they were descending. Okay, this ghost, for those of you who do not know, I believe he spawns like starting from elite difficulty. In some of the places he is going to spawn. Basically, it's a craftsman who can craft you absolutely random legendary accessory, legendary armor, melee caster, or range weapon. So he can only do that, and you can try to gamble. Maybe you'll get something good. Maybe you'll get mythical, legendary, maybe not. It's all absolute random, so do it on your own risk. Maybe you will get something good, maybe not.
I can't do that yet. Can't do that yet.
Do you hear the whisper?
I'm trying to read the dialogue, come on.
Do you hear the whispers?
Another item that I didn't have before.
I can't do that.
As well as 2 ways for me to go out. I can go here or I can go here. Does it matter? Not really. I still ended up in the outside area.
Do that yet.
I believe this path is going to lead me to the Tomb of Heretic. Though, not sure. I really have to debuff those big guys. They are just by default tanky.
That skill's not ready.
The thing that I know is that in this DLC you are capable of like fighting Nemesis boss, which looks like those big guys with two blades instead of their hands, but he's much bigger and he's green color.
That skill's not ready.
The reason why I placed a portal there is because in this location there should be a portal on which I can TP. Yeah, in Tomb entrance.
I can't do that yet.
We are still not in the Tomb of Heretic itself, not in the dungeon. We are just trying to get there. But we will not clear it. Today at least.
That skill's not ready.
Our biggest goal for today is to complete the campaign. Okay, so we reached this place and now we can go here and continue on. In the tomb I will return when I will get a quest to kill Morganet. It's the boss, last boss of the Tomb of Heretic dungeon.
Can't do that yet.
He's still stuck. Yeah, there is this game bug when enemies are going to get stuck in the terrain.
Have you executed?
Okay. I have to go here.
That skill's not ready.
Hello again, my
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, those enemies are also tanky because of the fact that they are yet again having something to do with like flame. And it's always like this. Because they're somehow flame enchanted, they will going to withstand more if I am going to hit them with flame attacks, which are my primary source of firepower to begin with. Yeah, sure, I have elemental and it helps, But main one is still the flame one, the fire.
I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
It's raining legendaries like left and right. But at the same time, where are my legendaries that I need for the build? Like, what the? I can get like semi-best items for different builds, but I cannot get the stuff that I need. It's just it's a curse that I had like ever since the first action RPG that I played. Is that when you are picking a certain character, chances for you on that certain character to acquire items that you need are pretty slim.
Can't do that yet.
You can get the best stuff for others, you cannot get the stuff that you need. But it's okay. We haven't even started farming. For now we're just leveling. Leveling and passing through the campaign. Okay, this path is where the messenger is. On the plus side, I will use this character as my farm machine. It does seem like he does good job at clearing, so why not? He's going to be my farm machine for future creations, future builds, future characters. Some test videos, as well as guide videos. Why not?
I can't do that. That skill's not ready.
I have to go and return the quest, by the way. Quest of killing the messenger.
Welcome back.
And I get a stat point, which I put directly into physique. For this build, in the end version of it, all of the stat points should be placed into the physique. It's pretty much 0 into cunning and spirit and all into physique. However, I should say I had this because I had this stuff when I was leveling this character. While leveling, if you are finding items that you would want to use because they are good, and you cannot use them because you need different like stats that you do not have, it is absolutely okay to pump some points into those specific stats, because while leveling you can do it. It's in the end where you're going to respec the stuff to the way it should look like in the build. You can just pretty much respec and place those stat points where they should be. My inventory is what? So fast?
My inventory is full.
Oh, come on. Hasn't been like 10 minutes and my inventory is full again. God damn. So many items. And yes, of course, I will going to spend some time like later on tossing those like items that I will not going to need, like legendaries, out of my stash. But it's going to be later on. For now, I'm okay with them just lying around. They do not ask anything to eat, and I'm pretty sure that just keeping them there is good enough.
See you around. Got something you need stashed?
Overabundance of items. But it's okay. It's definitely okay. It will gonna help me later on when I will going to search for a new build to play with. Just pick build and I would have items that I can use for this build. Pretty useful and pretty convenient. Where are you going? Come back here. Oh, come on.
I can't do that
we are almost at the Tomb of the Eldritch Sun. Which is the dungeon where we are going to be fighting against different kinds of bosses, as well as the final boss. And I get a skill point. Nice! Here comes another mini-boss. Now it's time to go and bring that quest item to a specific NPC. There you go.
Again, my friend.
And to the Conclave of 3 to give another quest back.
Do that yet.
I cannot believe I didn't even felt it. Mosquito just beat me. Oh, come on.
I can't do that yet.
The seers of the loss of it.
I was so concentrated on the game I didn't even pay attention to that nuisance. Acquire a merit. What the? What is this? Purchase them. Acquire a merit. Angara. I can purchase some kind of merits. It's not from her.
Come see what's left of my wares.
It's not from her as well. Asgra. Ooh, where is she? Nope. Oh, there she is.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Merits. Oh, it's those things that can unlock, like, ultimate difficulty and stuff.
Put it to good use.
It's then those things you are utilizing, basically to... You pass the normal difficulty on your other characters. So you pass those difficulties, pass the normal difficulty, then you use a merit for the elite difficulty and ultimate difficulty, and what it does, it's going to allow you to pretty much skip the elite difficulty altogether. So you wouldn't have to play the difficulty and just go straight up to ultimate.
Save storage. No question.
Only do this on your like alternative accounts who are like not accounts but characters who already have those like weapons, armors and stuff, so that you would have enough
I'll keep an eye on this.
resistances and enough items that would get that will allow you to feel comfortable on jumping straight to the ultimate difficulty.
I can't do that yet.
Because without it, it would be kind of a pain. You have to maintain those resistances as well as trying to get yourself enough offensive and defensive ability so that you could crit as well as be tanky. And be able to deal with your enemies quite fast. Those Korvac champions, why do they have to be like so tanky against the type of damage that I am doing?
That skill's not.
Yeah, we're most likely not going to face any Nemesis bosses here, because actually how long it is to get to this, oh boy, a whole lot.
That skill's not ready.
Most of this problem that I'm not facing Nemesis bosses of many factions has to do with exactly the fact that I skipped Elite difficulty and went straight to the ultimate one
Skill's not ready.
and did not use any infamy scrolls. By the way, I think you get infamy scrolls from killing the Nemesis bosses. So it would be a good idea to try and farm those scrolls as well for future characters. Probably the toughest enemy is Korvac's champions. And it's all because a lot of enemies here are flaming.
I can't do that.
And against yellow enemies, I'm still not gonna use the setup that I usually use for some of the elites that I'm facing, because it is going to be just time-consuming.
That skill's not ready.
To throw the seal, to throw the grenade, and to throw the triple thermite mines.
do that yet.
As you see, if I throw all of like the usual setup that I use for elites, they are not that tanky, because their resistances gets cuts down to pretty much nothing. And for me, it's faster to kill them this way. But I'm just not too fond of using this tactic like over and over again, considering how many of them are here. And yeah, I will be tackling the boss of this DLC.
That skill's not ready.
Korvac. I will be trying to beat him without ointments, oils, just with cell buffs. I'd rather save them for some more difficult places and bosses. I'm pretty sure I can beat him without it.
That skill's not ready.
There are secret passages in here, so I'm trying to find them.
That skill's not ready.
So it's going to be this location, then a boss, then another location, and the boss of the DLC. The final one. I'm not taking into account Morganet because he's a boss of his dungeon. What the? They're glitching. Enemies are glitching. Yeah, when you knock down an enemy, he can glitch. He can glitch himself. I don't know why, but it's just something that happened like a lot of time.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet.
But yeah, overall I take my words back. In this DLC, some of the enemies are definitely like tougher health-wise. Damage-wise, not really, but health-wise, yes, for sure. That's despite like me having also bonuses against those types of enemies. Yet they still take some time to get rid of.
skill's not ready.
But for the most part, pattern of action, regardless of whom we are facing, is pretty self-explanatory. Pretty straight and pretty simple.
That skill's not ready.
Now, pattern of course changes depending on the gear that you are currently having. So if you are having gear that is like weaker, you'll of course have to like hide a little bit, utilize more of those seals and seals, grenades, termite mines, etc.
Can't do that yet.
And yeah, as you can see, when I'm coming near those, either those will be monster totems, or those will be those will be like general shrines that give that can spawn enemies. Prepare in advance. Just throw a bunch of those, like throw a couple of seals, like 2. Then throw 3 stacks of termite mines. Then as soon as the enemies are going to spawn out of that thing, out of the totem or shrine, you throw flashbang in there and you just beat them.
Do that yet.
And yes, pay attention to whether or not they will going to have arcane in there. It really is that important.
So now you understand. You disappoint me.
See how important here was the fact that I have so much lifesteal. His attacks took like 40% per attack, but he did 40% health, even more, because he managed to proc Ghoulish Hunger. So yeah, it's risky, it's extremely risky, but
After all these centuries,
despite the fact that it's risky, if I can do it, I will do it.
That skill's not ready.
And this is the final location before the boss. Just as a reminder, in case if you do not know. Final location before the boss.
how long did they think they should last?
All that time I was shooting terrain. Yeah, there is this some problem, especially if you're playing something with like Force Wave, that you'll be hitting terrain a lot. A lot of your stuff will gonna go straight into the terrain. It is unfortunate and sometimes problematic, especially for like Force Wave users, but once you'll get used to that, you're going to know like exactly where to stand, how to stand, and what to do, so that your damage will not gonna get soaked up into nothing.
That skill's not ready.
But I will probably test limits. I'll see. I will see. If you want to like prepare, if you want to get ointments, oils, the best place for you to do this is before you enter this door, because once you're there, you will not gonna be able to teleport away from it. I will not, because I think I'm okay. Nope. At my place, everything is okay. The flames. Flames did a lot to me there because I didn't have like something to heal from. As you can see, when I can attack and heal, it's okay. Oh, come on. He just had to cast that stuff. Pretty much face tanked him. Face tanked him all the way. There were a couple of fail moments, such as when you kill him and he casts this like flames. Basically, you have to move a little bit back because you will not have anything to lifesteal from. And those flames are doing a lot when you are not like healing, when you are not attacking. Because when I was attacking, they didn't do anything. When I was having no one to attack, then I had like problems. And there was another thing that in phase 3 he has 2 dangerous attacks that you have to consider. First of all, there is one attack that he goes up, you're not able to attack him, and he casts those meteors. That's one thing, and one thing to consider. And another thing to consider is pretty much his triple attack. Outside of that, in phase 2, I should say, like, portals can also be a thing to be afraid of, but for the most part, he's pretty doable and manageable. Though still, you just have to know like what certain thing that he does, and you have to avoid them. My brother had made one of his videos was about like beginner-friendly videos was about like bosses' dangerous attacks and how you should avoid them and stuff. If you are going to be interested in that kind of video, you can visit our YouTube channel and check it out. It has pretty interesting stuff. There you can also find videos about monster totems, about Crucible Gladiator, about leveling as a range character, and so on and so forth. So if you are going to be interested in those particular videos, you know exactly where to find them. Link to the channel is presented in the Twitch tab section, so that you would know where to look for. By the way, first time I'm seeing this. Horns of Korvac. I never seen this legendary. Probably it's a new one. Looks pretty neat. Has to Occultist, to Soldier, to Inquisitor. Yeah, with only one exception. It gives like +3 to Savagery and Shadow Strike and bonuses to Savagery. So probably it is something for the two-handed weapon pull skill. Two-handed weapon pull skill shaman. Okay, let's go and grab the quest. We still have time, so we are also going to clear the Tomb of Heretic on today's stream session, so that for the we've already what we will going to have more to do is to simply clear the Crucible and Shattered Realm. And if everything is going to go smoothly, if I will be able to also close on the following streams Crucible Gladiator as well as Shattered Realm, I will probably going to start like accumulate content for the upcoming edited video that I will be doing with this character. Speaking about his leveling, about devotion, about gear, about all that kind of stuff, like expressing thoughts, showing performances. Because I have plenty of stuff to say about this character. Like what's good about him, what's bad about him, and I'll put it into like one concise video. Maybe several, depending on like topics. Performance, I can put like performance into one separate video.
That skill's not ready.
And then after Crucible, after Shattered Realm, the only thing is what is going to be left to do is to try and beat some of the Uber bosses. That's it. I haven't brought a skeleton key with me, did I? I think I didn't. No, I have to. Nice.
Can't do that yet.
Now this dungeon itself is going to be like Tomb of Heretic itself, when we will get there, it's going to be a little bit tough to deal with. Primarily, I'm most worried about Scion of Hunger. Probably the most damaging and the most threatening enemy in there, in the whole dungeon, except for bosses, of course. Morganet and some of the mages, depending on what mage combination will you get. Again, no elites.
I can't do that.
And what I'm also thinking about is, of course, like whether or not will I get myself those ointments, oils. To make my life a little bit easier. Probably not, because it's not that mandatory. That trap room is going to be scary, because a lot of Scion of Hunger. And there are some, like, crowd control enemies that will going to be a pain. Not gonna lie. I'm reliant on myself to keep attacking. If I'm not keep attacking, I'm not living.
That skill's not ready.
Though maybe I'm just over-exaggerating. Maybe everything is going to be totally okay.
That skill's not ready.
I'm going the other way, right? I had to clear the left side first. We are still not in the dungeon itself.
Skill's not ready.
We are only working our way to get there. But it would be really good to clear it today, so that for tomorrow's stream it's going to be probably going to be mostly not the Shattered Realm, but mostly Crucible, Gladiator, and on the
Skill's not ready.
stream for Friday is going to be mostly Shattered Realm, Shards, whatever you want to call it.
That skill's not ready.
Everything has to be conquered, of course.
I can't do that yet.
Okay, the Guardian of Dungeon has been slain, which is the sign that we will going to TP into the town, sell stuff to empty our inventory, because remember, when you enter the Skeleton Key dungeon,
My wares.
you are not able to teleport away from it. And so in case you will going to have full inventory, good luck.
Put it to good use.
Okay.
Keep your stash safe.
You know what? I'm going to grab myself one Ether Cluster. Just for the purposes of face tanking
Skill's not ready.
Morganet.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet.
Okay. +2 elemental damage is great. That stuff, like... -100 defensive ability, but +2 elemental and burn damage, like 100. That's some insane pluses. Though -100 to defensive ability. Holy shoot. That's a lot. Those debuffs and buffs are randomized, so depending on what kind of character you are playing, some of those debuffs can be very troublesome.
That skill's not ready.
It's a great stuff that I got like 100% plus to elemental and burn, because that's exactly the stuff that I'm using. But -100% to defensive ability means trouble? Maybe? Maybe not.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Nice, 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 nice. I have to take care from the Sign of Hunger. He can spawn in several places. And he's definitely a troublesome guy to encounter. I wouldn't lie if I'd say that he has the most damage and most threat comes from him.
Can't do that yet.
Ah, yes, it's the portal that spawns endlessly dogs. There are many of those portals here, if you are not aware of. I think that first I need to go to the left to the dead room and then to the right.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah. Oh, wait a second. No. Because it's on floor 2. Oh, okay, I get it. I get it. Mistakes were made. Shoot. That was close. Closer than I have expected. Mages who were freezing me. I think I should have brought like ointment that gives
That skill's not ready.
resist to freeze. Yeah, or reduce freeze duration. It's also this problem. Oh, I cannot even show it because endless spawning dogs were going to interrupt me from talking.
I can't do that yet.
Basically, I got like minus 15 on resist and duration. Okay, who are those mages? Anubar. Oh, but wait, they are also a threat. I absolutely adored the fact that he was able to shoot through pillars. Why put pillars to begin with? Come on. It was clearly that at first he wasn't able to hit me, and then by some miraculous reason he was just shooting me, even though pillar was in his way. Ah, really?
Can't do that yet.
I specifically wanted to stay in such way that At least one of them will just going to be shooting the pillar, while the other one, even though he's going to shoot at me, at least not two of them will gonna hit me. Game had different plans on that. Why are they so tanky? Sign of hunger. Man, that's with like buff 100% to elemental and fire. They still withstand a whole lot.
Skill's not ready.
I have to change position, otherwise this blue pools are gonna melt me. I know I'm tanky, I know I have like gear and stuff, but no thanks. Thanks, but no thanks. It's faster to kill them when they are up close. But I still need to press some buttons. Okay, going into that trap room. Gotta love it. No, not really.
That skill's not ready.
So, I am most Scion of Hunger just spawned. I see you. No, it's a different Scion. Nice.
That skill's not ready.
Another Scion. Last time when I was like on the normal difficulty, when I came here, I triggered the chest, the enemies from the chest before I killed those enemies, and that was a big no-no to do. God, I can see. I can see. And they're dead. Is it all? Yes, it is.
I can't do that yet.
Way easier this time around, despite the fact that it's an ultimate difficulty, way easier. And now it's time to just go and find Morganet. Now, without cutting the resistances, it's tedious. I hate them and what the? What the? What the hell? I guess I died.
See anything you like?
I guess I get instantly blown up by the dogs. Well. Oh my god. I was so close to beating this dungeon. I seriously hate this. There was no leads. No nothing. Get blown up because dogs were spawned like in your face. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for wasting so much time. Okay, whatever. If not today. Yeah, well, I guess, but why even spawn portals like in your butt, basically? Portals with like portal spawns immediately as soon as portal shows up. It spawns like 12 enemies or something like that, and it's like all in my ass. Yeah. Obligatory screw you. Well. Whatever.
Not ready.
Got something you need stashed?
Anyway, well, if the game doesn't want me to beat
It's safe with me. Promise.
that dungeon today, I'm gonna beat it tomorrow. Like, whatever. I wanted to do it today, I couldn't, and whatever. Doesn't matter. Anyway, it's going to be it for today's stream session. It was a lot of fun. Pretty much the whole DLC outside of the Skeleton Key dungeon got blasted away in like 4 hours. Not bad. Not bad. Like, that's with clearing all of the locations, that with clearing the quests and stuff. Yeah, so if rushing from point A to point B, it can be done like way faster. But I wasn't rushing. As I said, I was planning on beating it straight from start to finish with everything on Ultimate. So I did it. Our next step for today's stream, not today's stream, but for tomorrow's stream is going to be, of course, beat the Tomb of Heretic. Crucible Gladiator. Of course, we are going to, like, outside of the fact that we are going to be beating tomorrow the dungeon, Tomb of Heretic, we will gonna sit in the Crucible Gladiator and we'll see what it is all about. And then, depending on how will it go, on Friday's stream we are going to start bombarding the Shattered Realm. And from the endgame content, as far as I know, like, besides that, there are Uber bosses, which my character, I believe he can only kill like 2 bosses. So for the most part, tackling Crucible Gladiator, and on Friday, depending on how it goes, going for the Shattered Realm, and depending on whether or not I will get proper gear, fighting against those super bosses. And that's going to be like pretty much it for what this game can offer. The rest of it is going to come down to trying to reach the limits, trying to farm gear for other characters, and finishing this whole like stuff with this character, because there is a limit to how far he can go. absolutely. But anyway, in case if you missed this part of the playthrough, in case you have missed previous part of the playthrough, you want to give them a shot on our YouTube channel. I'm uploading it daily, those stream segments daily. If you are interested in beginner-friendly Grim Dawn content, be it related to Crucible Gladiator or bosses, dangerous attacks, like and how you should approach them, how you should avoid them, about what sort of resistances and components would you need for certain portions of the game when you are playing on the normal difficulty, or be it you want to know more about those monster totems, that they have different tiers, 3 tiers, and also different faction totems, meaning that they will going to spawn different enemies from different types, Malmut, Chtonians, Ethereals, like so on and so forth. There is a whole lot for you to know. All of those videos are on our YouTube channel. Link to the YouTube channel can be found in the Twitch tab section, so that you would know where to look for, as well as playthroughs for other games that we have played on stream, off stream, highlights from streams, as well as many more other interesting content. Also in the Twitch tab section there is also going to be links to the social medias, so that you would know how to contact us or how to receive new information from us directly. Schedule is also there, so that you would know when I am streaming, when my brother is streaming, and where and when to expect us to stream. And last but not least is, of course, if you are interested in supporting this channel, there are many ways for you to do so: spreading the word, allowing other people to know about this channel, allowing them to know more about the videos that we are doing, our streams, etc. Subscriptions, bits, as well as Patreon. Everything will going to come with rewards. All of those money will go straight to improving the content, visual, sound, quality of streams, edited videos, and many other stuff as well. You, on the other hand, will receive better quality content, more content, as well as you will going to have many other rewards, emotes, icons, collectibles, behind the scene content, Q&A sections, and many other rewards. All of the links are provided for your convenience. It's not obligatory, it's voluntarily, but it helps, and it is a great motivator to keep on going. Anyway, thank you all for today's stream. Thank you all for participation, for asking questions, for sharing thoughts and opinions, for enjoying the stream itself. I enjoyed it, and hopefully you also did. I will be waiting you all on the next stream, so take care, guys, and until tomorrow at the same day and the same time, we will be seeing each other and continue on with this playthrough series. Take care, stay healthy, goodbye.